And we are live once again. Those notifications. Run those ads. Howdy, hey, Truth. Good to see you. Sure, all good to go. My beloved RG34. Mwah. How's it going, folks? Good to see you. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Chat's not up. There we go. It's a jelly day. It is a jelly day indeed. Welcome, welcome, first-time chatter. Loose like asunder. Asunder's a great word. Howdy, Errol. Been a nice lunch. Glad I can make it for a bit of the stream. I did have a nice lunch. I went and got some ramen with Mouse. I always smile when I get a notif about jelly going live. Oh, thank you, Merrick. I appreciate that. We're not up? We are not up. Why are we not up? Uh-oh. What's going on there? Huh. That's not good. One moment, please. Technical difficulties. Oh, joy! I love having to fix things on the fly. I don't remember how I got this chat box up in the first place. Why is it gone? Hey everyone. VOD watchers, you'll have to believe me. People are here. I'm not talking to the void. Okay, well. Features. Overlays? I can give you the chat style I gave Mouse that has the same blurred background effect in case of break glass. Please do so. In the meantime, I will filibust. This is becoming a pattern. Well, technical difficulties seem to be a defining feature of my week. Sorry about there not being a stream yesterday. My secondary monitor died. I woke up after having used my monitor the night before. I went to turn it on, and it was just dead. It was plugged in. I checked the cable 4 times. It was just dead. So I had to get a replacement one. Blame Windows 10. I'll find a way somehow. Or 11. I'll find a way. I'll find a way. So now I've got a square monitor instead. Granted, okay, so the monitor I had before wasn't actually a computer monitor. It was a very small TV. So this is kind of an upgrade. Now I have a little Dell monitor that was sitting around downstairs. My dad works from home, so they send him a bunch of monitors. So he just had a spare one sitting around. But it is weird because it's way darker than the previous one, and it's also like a 4:3 aspect ratio. So that's a little weird. On the bright side, though, because it's like a 4:3 aspect ratio, my little emulation device that I got, my RG34 that I love so dearly, has a mini mini HDMI cable, and now I'm thinking like that's probably the perfect aspect ratio of this monitor, right? So if I ever wanted to, you know, connect this and play on a monitor instead of on the little screen, I think this is the perfect aspect ratio to do so. Sent to you on Discord. Thank you. Gives us the perfect little filibust while we wait for the ads to tick down. Okay. Okay. Browser source. Let me open this up. Turn both of these off. Browser source. We'll call it chat box. Name is already in use. Schrodinger's chat box. We're gonna set that to just okay while we turn it off for a moment. URL. Copy text. Nope, not copy text. Copy link. There we go. Width 450. Oh, something's happening to me. One moment, please. Don't panic. I gotta remember to not use the keypad over there because that's where all my hotkeys are. Custom CSS. Snag all that. OV. Okay. And then it's on. It should be working. Someone test something. Yep, there we go. It's a little small. Is that going to be a problem? Are we too large? You can shrink the height. I think this is fine. Is that too small to be readable, or is it just because I have a smaller monitor now? I wish it could be aligned to the right. Most important test. Oh no! Oh no! I will adjust the height somewhat. It's a bit tiny, IMO. We're gonna make it about... One day I'll get an overlay, I promise. I need to use that Streamiversary money for something. I'm thinking of getting a better audio setup. I want to make this height, I don't know, 200 maybe? That's a little too small, maybe 250? Hmm. 300. There we go. I think that's perfect. We're gonna go 250. I think that was the sweet spot. $250 annoys me because it cuts off one of the messages somewhat. But I'll live. I'll live. 240. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. As long as it's showing all the messages, I think we're good to go. Anyway. Hello, everyone. Hi. Sorry we didn't stream yesterday. I had a hot date for Valentine's Day. That hot date being a one-day fever. That made me call off work. So I slept in a little bit. And then I woke up and my monitor died, so I had to replace it. Which all went well, but it was a very bad start to my morning. So I wasn't really in any mood to stream and voice act silly voices and the like. So, you know, it put a little bit of a damper on my mood, as it were. But I'm all better now. I went and I got some ramen with Mouse. She had me try garlic shishito peppers as an appetizer. I'm not really a pepper guy, or at least I thought I wasn't a pepper guy. Those were delicious. I thoroughly enjoyed those. Probably gonna get those again if I ever go. Or rather, the next time I go, I will probably be getting those again. That sounds so good. Anything with garlic is probably good. I didn't know you lived close to Mouse. Yeah, we're both in the general Pittsburgh area. So we've met up. We've gotten lunch and dinner every once in a while. Gone to some concerts here and there whenever Pittsburgh is graced with an event that actually matters to either of us. But yeah. So not only does she poison, she can also heal. As all good apothecaries should. Jelly survived lunch. Yeah, I didn't bring up Higurashi even once. Even though I had the perfect opportunity to do so. So I was able to survive. A little more metaphor well poisoning happened on the walk there. It was great. I'm really excited for metaphor streams going forward. That's going to be so much fun. I'm going to make this just a little small. There we go. Yeah, it was a great time. Got some Ton Men, the best ramen ever, because I can't fucking order anything else. Anytime if a ramen place I go to has Ton Men, I get that every single time, and if it doesn't, I'm disappointed, because every ramen I get that isn't Ton Men is not as good. Exclusive IRL well point. Exactly, yeah. Which also happened the second time we ever hung out. We went and got coffee, and she told me everything about metaphor. So I've been poisoned long before the well was even built. You want a really hot take? Go for it. Go for it. It's coming from you, so I imagine that'll be par for the course. Genuine well poisoning. The best kind, in a sense. 25-cent ramen is better than ramen from a ramen shop. That's about the kind of level take I would expect from you. You're also wrong. Well, I can't say that you're wrong, because I guess it mostly depends on what exactly you're trying to get out of it. But in terms of quality and flavor, I don't think a 25-cent, like, microwave, or not microwave, like a minute ramen is going to be as good as ramen from a ramen shop. At least in my experience. The ramen shop stuff is far superior. Have I made good ramen from an instant ramen packet? You bet your ass I have. And I've been really, really pleased with the results, especially considering how cheap it was. But ramen shops are pretty great. Ramen shops are overrated. You told me that in Chicago, when you get tikka masala, it just tastes like nebulous food slop. I have a feeling that maybe the local cuisine just isn't up to par. Opinion on Bulldog? I've never actually had Bulldog ramen. Instant ramen isn't as filling. If you add certain things to it, it can become a lot more filling. Like whenever I make ramen, I like to add like a tablespoon or two of peanut butter to make the broth a lot more rich and savory. And that works really, really, really well. Went to a ramen place earlier this year, and I'll say it was quite good. I should go again. Tikka masala is so overrated. Again, like, I think you just have bad food in Chicago, man. I'm sorry. I think you just have bad food in Chicago. I think that's the problem. The cuisine nearby is just not good. Wait to play Pub Subdle so you can see the real food takes. Okay, but also, that's going to be from a trip where you went to Texas, and every person I've known who's been to Texas has said that the food there is so much better than everywhere else. I'm sorry, I must have misheard. Did you say peanut butter? I did not say, or I did say peanut butter. Yes. It's a very common, peanuts and peanut butter are a very common ingredient, I believe, in Thai cuisine a lot of the time. You add it to a lot of savory dishes. Yeah, it works really well. It's nice and rich and creamy and adds a light savoriness to it. Try it sometime. I'm not being facetious at all. It really, really, really works well. You gotta trust me on that one. Whenever I make ramen, I will usually fry up some garlic. If I have like any pork, like bacon or sausage or something like that, I'll fry that up with it. And then I'll fry that with the seasonings, usually garlic powder, onion powder, that sort of stuff. Peanut butter is good, and so is sesame paste. I started using peanut butter in my ramen because I didn't have any sesame paste. Tantan Men, which is my favorite style of ramen, uses a sesame broth. And I didn't have that, so the closest approximation I had was peanut butter. Which, again, still has plenty of culinary applications in the same field. It's going to be similar but different. And it worked great. Anyway, fried up with you know, whatever pork I have on hand, and a lot of garlic, just a lot of garlic. Toss in the seasonings, usually garlic powder, onion powder, a little bit of cayenne, a little bit of, what is it? A little bit of curry powder if I have it. And then add in the seasoning packet as well. Once that's all nice and fried up, nice and aromatic, I will add the water and the, you know, whatever broth I'm using, and let that cook until it's all incorporated, and then simmer it down until it's the like amount that I want. Toss the ramen packet in, cook it. Once it's nice and cooked, take it off the heat. Spoonful of peanut butter, mix it until it's nice and incorporated, and then maybe, you know, I'll say a couple, like a tablespoon or two of hot sauce in there as well. Whenever I cook, a lot of what I'm aiming for is color and texture. Obviously, I'm tasting the food and stuff like that as I go, but I don't measure things. Whenever I'm making something, I will just do what I always do, and then if it looks like the last time I made it, that's correct. So I cook a lot based on color and consistency. And generally speaking, it works out pretty well, I'd say. Had peanuts on pizza once, never again. Friendship ended with peanuts. That sounds like a very strange... If you go to that much effort, that maybe you should make actual ramen. It's not a lot of effort. It's just, you know, frying up a little stuff with it and then adding some stuff at the end when it's finished cooking. That's what makes it so good. Great Ace Attorney is back! Yeah! Speaking of ramen, I have a bulldog ramen. Not really anything that I can eat today. Go for it. I'd say try adding some peanut butter to it. A lot of people also add like an egg, I believe, an egg and some mayonnaise as well with the seasoning packet. I know that's a common trick to get a little more creamy as well. But, you know, eggs are a premium in this economy, so I go for the peanut butter. But, yeah. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to more Ace Attorney Chronicles. I don't like eggs, so I'd say no. Also, it saves a lot of money. Yep. Yeah. Eggs and green onions are the bomb. Oh, yeah. Green onions. Oh, I haven't had green onions in a while. I haven't had green onions in a long, long while. I gotta pick some up next time I'm out. Anyway, we're back with more Great Ace Attorney. I'm really looking forward to it. I had a great time with it last time, and I'm excited for more. I'm thinking it's probably gonna be a 3-streamer from the looks of it. So that's what we're expecting. I'm not sure when the 3rd stream is going to be this week, because like I said, I want to try and make up for it. I'm thinking I might do it Friday night, because I've been blessed to not work Friday, and I don't think Mouse is going to be streaming on Friday, since she has her channel anniversary on Thursday, and she's planning on doing a 24-hour stream. So I think that time slot should be open, and we should be able to slide into that pretty smoothly, if that's the case. So I think we'll plan for Friday for the 3rd stream. Schedule's getting a little bit cramped coming up here, because we're coming towards the end of February, and we're coming up towards, more specifically, the beginning of March, which, if you were here in October, we had a charity stream. I'm going to get us in here a little bit more so we can, let's go to special contents so that we can... Auditorium... Instrumentals, let's see. Unused. Huh. Oh, this is... Message display... I didn't... Huh. God, that's so good. Sound is quiet, by the way, but the music box is lovely. Yeah, let me turn you guys back up to about 6 decibels. We were really low. Developer commentary, like I said, is my favorite thing in the entire world. Anyway, like I was saying, in October, myself, Mouse, Allison, and Smoke of the White were part of a charity stream for Gamers Outreach, and as part of that charity stream, we set up a bunch of donation incentives, one of which was a themed month of streams. So that's going to fall this March. So our plan for March, each one of us is going to be doing a themed month of streams. Mouse is doing cozy games. I'm not sure what Allison and Smoker are doing, but our plan here on the Jelly channel is Survival Horror Month. I have a tentative list of games, but I think I'm going to be changing it up. What I'm specifically looking to examine with Survival Horror Month is, obviously, I want to look at the origins of the genre. Back to your roots. So in a sense, yes. I want to look at the origins of the genre, so we're going to be playing a couple of classics. Obviously, we have Resident Evil in there. We're going to be starting, definitively, I know this for sure, with Sweet Home, which is, I believe, an MS-DOS game from the same director as Resident Evil, and a direct inspiration for Resident Evil. So we're going to be looking at a couple of games that were survival horror before survival horror was codified. It should be NES? Perfect. Okay, that works. And what I'm generally looking to do with this stream series, I didn't really need an objective, but I like having an objective in doing so, is I want to specifically look at how developers inflict horror mechanically on the player. Because to me, one of the things that I find really interesting about survival horror games is they give you a strong degree of agency over your surroundings for a horror setting. Which is to say that you have means of fighting back, and you have means of like navigating your world and getting some form of mastery over it. And what I'm interested in seeing is how devs tackle or address the problem, or address the situation wherein you have some level of agency and they still are intending to inflict a horror experience on you. What my expectation is going into it, based on my previous experience with survival horror games, is the idea that resource strain is meant to inflict tension, and that tension, when it reaches a crescendo, becomes horror, right? It is, and it's more of a creeping dread that is always something that is following you until eventually it becomes a problem that you have to solve right now if you don't address it properly. One of the things that's kind of interesting about survival horror as a genre, I've found, is that you can master those systems and essentially overcome the horror entirely. And in some situations, the way that the game is designed is intended, or the intended experience rather, is for you to eventually develop that mastery over your surroundings. Like, Dead Space is a really good example of this. Dead Space is a game where the early game is all about sort of fighting for every scrap that you can get. And then once you're finally kitted out, once you understand the pace of combat and the enemies, and you've gotten some upgrades, and you've gotten some new weapons under your belt, you become completely capable as a survivor within this setting, right? And I think it's interesting for a genre which is intending to inflict horror to also come with this secondary experience of complete and total understanding and control. And so I'm really interested specifically in seeing what game elements, resources that developers consider to be or utilize as resources to inflict horror. Because the biggest one that I can, the most prominent example I can think of is that Dead Space 2 sort of slips out of horror into action, but it has the hardcore mode, which is definitely horror because they turn your saves into a resource, right? Excuse me, sorry. Right? And usually it's, you know, your health or your ammunition or sanity as an extra resource, something along those lines. But in certain cases, like, you are limited with the amount of saves that you get. Or in Sweet Home, something that I think is really interesting, if I'm understanding it correctly, is that there is permadeath. That you play multiple characters, and if a character dies, they are just dead, and that's it. So in a sense, the characters themselves become a resource. And that inflicts tension as a player. So, is there even a way for a game not to become that over time? Surely players will always learn how to play the game better. Yes, absolutely. There are some games where, you're not as equipped at fighting back, but generally speaking, my belief is that survival horror games are designed to begin as horror and perhaps in some ways end as empowerment. Naturally, yeah, you can always keep putting players in new situations, or you can find different ways to strain their resources. But I think going into this, my perception of the genre is one where horror is primarily an aesthetic, which is being utilized, and the primary genre classification would be more so tension. Now, granted, if we're looking at something like Silent Hill F, which is survival horror, but is not necessarily overtly horrifying and is more trying to induce horror through its themes and storytelling, then we're still dealing with horror. Another thing that I'd really like to examine, and a common problem that I have with a lot of horror critique, is to a lot of people, horror just means that you are scared. Which means that if you are not scared, then somehow the media has failed, in a way, right? And I think genre is extremely nebulous, and it's a lot more nuanced than that. So when I see critiques of horror, and this even extends a lot to Joe's perception of horror games in a lot of ways, when I see critiques of horror that say, I wasn't scared, so it's failed as a horror game, I take a lot of umbrage with that perspective. Because I don't think viewing horror as just, I should be scared, is a well-rounded perspective that takes into account everything that horror is capable of, or all the ways in which horror is able to be inflicted, right? And so I want to look at survival horror games in particular, because they are games that, from what I understand, are not really scary, per se, but are still attempting to inflict horror on the player. The genre name comes from Konami Capcom trying to put interesting genre names on PS1 games. Interestingly, Resident Evil 1 was survival horror, but Silent Hill 1 was horror adventure. And then I assume, survival horror obviously was the one that stuck, because adventure is way too nebulous. When you think of adventure games, you're thinking of like point and click, like Secret of Monkey Island, stuff like that, But yeah, anyway, so that's what we have planned for next month. I just want to make sure everyone knows we got that coming up. What I'm planning on doing is today, I'm assuming Case 2 of Great Ace Attorney will take us the rest of this week. And then, what is it? And then next week, the last week, is that next week, the last week of February? What the fuck? Oh my God, what? No. Oh, Jesus, the month is going so fast. It's the shortest month of the year. Anyway. Next week, we are going to be playing West of Loathing. I was planning on playing The Outer Worlds, and then I realized that the anniversary of the Alamo is showing up on the 23rd, and West of Loathing is a cowboy game, so I think that would be funny. So we're going to be playing West of Loathing, because that's a quick little 2-streamer. Did you notice that we had a Friday the 13th? I didn't notice that we had a Friday the 13th. Oops. Uh-oh. That's bad luck, I think. I don't know. Anyway, next week, we're getting a Friday the 13th next month, too? I might have to stream on Friday the 13th, then. If I'm doing survival horror, I gotta do Friday the 13th. I gotta. So I just gotta. Anyway, I will say, we are not going to be able to stream on March 1st. Like I said, in March, I'm going to be getting a new schedule. I'm going to be on day shift now, rather than night shift. And as luck would have it, I was scheduled to work Sunday, March 1st, on day shift. So a stream will not be possible at all there. Luckily, I have my first Saturday off in forever on February 28th. So we are going to stream on the 28th, next Saturday, instead of Sunday, March 1st. So just to keep everyone, you know, with their heads on a swivel for, you know, how the it's gonna be a little rocky for a bit. Just we're adjusting things, but just want to make sure everyone's up to speed. That's how it's going. So stream today, afternoon stream tomorrow, probably a stream in the afternoon on Friday, and then normal stream schedule next week. And then March is the start of Survival Horror Month, which I feel very clever for this. The name for our Survival Horror Month is the Death March. I think that was. I felt pretty clever coming up with that one. I was very pleased with myself. I thought it was a good one. So during the winter solstice, do you work and are you streaming? I don't know what that question means. I don't know what you're asking me. Anyway, let us get to it. Pick up and play. Oh no, we don't need to. Select adventure. We are on Case 2, or Episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Are we having a Titanic episode? Oh, I don't necessarily know if I like that it's showing me all the chapters there, but we'll go for it. Speckled Band is the name of a Sherlock Holmes story. Someone give me a reading list of Sherlock stories I need to read to play Ace Attorney. We're going to be playing it for a long time.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The Speckled Band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Me when I go to an indie rock concert and I have a bad time. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen. We're starting off strong.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
Is a fucking evoker?
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Amazing introduction. Amazing introduction. I want him to be wrong, though. I want that to be a dead body in there. It'd be so funny. Oh, is it us? Is it us? Is it us in there? Oh, no. My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait. I can't move. What the? Why am I in handcuffs? Not again! So, you wake up now, hmm? Is it sure? Oh, no, it's him. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You're a true cold-blooded man. You found me, then. Ah, we found you. And now you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, hmm? Sorry. Now you have been found. It's time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, hmm? No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Oh, isn't that... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Misato, or Susato. Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? No. You pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. No! But he had so much potential! Not me, a fae! Here, in this very cabin, it was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you are doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kasuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. Death to Kazuma's killer to the guillotine. Wait, Flora, that's us! No! Not again! Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. You sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? There was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself in my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. A very insane thing to do, like actually insane. Yeah, this is crazy fucking behavior to be like, yeah, just stow away in my luggage while I go to Great Britain. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, where's the kid? Why do I need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Can't believe Ryu came out of the closet only to find his roommate dead. No! Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. Wish you could come with you to Great Britain. Great news, you can climb into this suitcase real quick. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll feed you. I'll make sure to bring you out at night and feed you and make sure to give you water and change your bedding so that you don't die. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decided to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. Tell you what, why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. Oh no. Uh-oh. I've only been at sea for about 15 days? You spent half a month in the closet? And then your boyfriend died? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I'm so sorry. How can this have happened? We're supposed to be going on this adventure to England. Together. We'll leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make any more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. You said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Maidservant and feudal lord vibes? Susato-san. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. There's something I would like to ask of you, too. Oh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Cosmo's death? He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. I don't know why, but for some reason when they bring up the handcuffs, it makes me laugh. I'm sorry. Wait. We're gonna have a court section. Does this mean... hold on. Are we gonna have a courtroom, like, on the boat? Is there... fucking yacht court? Yes, this luxury cruise liner is also equipped with a fully functional courtroom. We even have our own judge on holiday. Does this count as a cuff? It is a cuff-like game. Well, cuff-likes are usually only the one, so maybe the two cuffs cancel out? They think I did it. They think I'm Kazuma's killer. I found him. The cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, Tsunade, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, Sumari again. The culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge? And despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me! Maybe that suspiciously large vent. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. When Jelly uses that voice, I expect him to say Adonai any second now. I'm trying to put a little bit more, like, human intonation on it rather than just flat delivery. Cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? Ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. About the incident. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened? What actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please, whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but he would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I sensed that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin? I wonder. Hana? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-san, collapsed on the floor. Alright, so obviously we're starting off with he assumed that the man was Russian, but Kazuma is Japanese, so he wouldn't know Russian, presumably. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but it's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me, too. Trust me. Now that I've told you everything that I know, it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. Oh, my head feels so heavy. Still throbbing like anything. So did they only have one? They only had one bed, so he slept in the closet. He slept in the fucking wardrobe. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Not only that, but aren't the crew members German? They can be mistaken for Russian, for a Japanese man who didn't understand either languages. The crew members are Russian. I think. I think they're Russian. Kazuma was waiting for him to ask to sleep in the bed with him. He died before the gambit could pay off, sadly. No! Oh. Yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we've left Japan now. I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. How could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. You see, he knew that he was going to be assassinated, and he knew that he would need to send someone who would be the ambassador for Japan in England's legal system, and he knew that... Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? I go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you. It's an idea that's been on my mind since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you that, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. What do you mean by that?
Kazuma-sama was always saying the same thing. He wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you.
Yes, maybe.
Something's still bothering me a little.
The look in his eyes, then. It's darker than I've ever seen it before.
Sasato-san, I'm sorry that we kept it secret from you. By stowing away on the ship, I mean. I know Kazuma-sama. I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association.
That's exactly right. Yes. Word perfect, in fact.
You're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin?
Well, the thing is, I don't really remember.
Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did.
just like I always did.
After that, I fell asleep?
Well, yes.
So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed.
Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable. Really, I do. But it's the truth! You gotta believe me! If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything.
Really?
Is something wrong? I both love and hate enunciating so much.
Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it.
Susato-san, you have to believe me! I didn't do it!
I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this.
Oh.
Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen?
I can't take this!
Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. You can't allow that to happen.
Sorry.
Kazuma was killed right under my nose here. And
I didn't do anything to stop it.
now I'm supposed to just...
Sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Let's see. Jelly, did you know that leaving the country without permission from the government was a capital offense during the Meiji era? Do you want to guess which character would have had the legal education to know this fact before he smuggled his friend into a suitcase? What the fuck, Kazuma? What the fuck? What do you mean a capital offense? What? What the punishable by death? What the fuck? Boys will be boys. Awesome, dude. Hey, listen, man. I know it's illegal enough to have you killed by the government, but do you want to come to England with me? Just hop in my suitcase real quick. And he said yes! And he said, yeah, sure, that sounds fun! Okay, yeah, sure, awesome. It could be worse, they could be expelled from school. So true, actually, that's a life-changing event. Well, what do you propose to do? Well, what do you propose to do, then? I'm going to investigate. Gonna find out exactly what happened here. I'm gonna work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry. You're going to have to excuse me. Ay-ya! Fucking Aikido throw, dude. Yeah, let's go! Let's go! What the... That was a Susato takedown. A Susato what? What martial art form is that? Aikido. Assumedly. I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes. Your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago. You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, see. I'm slipping into Sarah just a little bit. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. Oh, hold on. What's in our court record? What are we working with here? University pin? I always wear it on my collar. Let me look at it more closely. Cosmo would stick this over the doors of the wardrobe for me. It says, keep out in Japanese, though I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read it. You can click on the pin for commentary, by the way. Ooh. Ah, the symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like the spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although, it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders. Sharp pin for a sharp mind or something? That sounds really bad. The back also has commentary. A personal student number is engraved in the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Is it called fucking Yume University just for this joke? Is it called Yume University just for this fucking joke? Fuck off. +2, fuck off. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. I'm shocked that his badge number isn't 221B. Well, he's not Sholmes. This is the paper seal I wrote for the wardrobe. I remember working really hard to make it, but I'll never forget how Kazuma reacted. You expect the Russian crew to be able to read that? He said. Still, I'm sure people would get the idea, even if they couldn't read it, so he used it anyway. And it worked. I don't know if the crew thought it was creepy or what, but no one opened the doors. You can see the remnants of the glue we used to stick this over the wardrobe doors. Although it wasn't proper glue, of course. We didn't have any of that with us. So I pulverized some rice into paste to use instead. That's fucking crazy, but okay. But to a stowaway like me, every single grain of rice represents precious rations. That's why I spread it as thinly as I possibly could. Couldn't bear to waste any. Fucking crazy behavior. Jesus Christ. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. I'm a student!
Yes!
Yes! Alright then, how about this? Can't trick me with something irrelevant like that. Oh, I better try to come up with something more convincing. Otherwise, I get the feeling she'll throw me on the floor all over again. If there was an unbroken seal, how the fuck did he not starve in 15 days? They didn't break the seal, they just took it off. Oh, you're looking at me. I think perhaps I didn't throw you hard enough. No, it was definitely hard enough. Let me show you something else. Guess Susato-san to believe me.
Yes!
Yes! You telling me a guy who was totally fine with being a rat in a cage for 50 days might not be normal? Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. Remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put this in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another member decided to look inside. So, naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah, yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, Sumari, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. I don't know about impossible, but... Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Unless you get in really... Yeah, just get in really, really fast. Well, okay, theoretically, I'm already thinking about this. You could have some way of closing it from the inside. So you could tape it to half of the wardrobe, and then close the one door, and then have it, you know, taped to the other door that you close second, so that whenever you close the wardrobe from the inside, it lays over the front. It doesn't really need to be stuck to both of them. So already I'm finding some loopholes around your not the murderer theory. So Naruhodo looking pretty sus. If it's shitty glue, it wouldn't stick properly. You just need to stick it really good to the one side. It wouldn't even need to stick to the other side. Well, in light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here, at least. Thank you! So you finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. Can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. Does she think I am, a magician? You must have used magic. For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as is possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you. Make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Converse. Alright, we already did that. No more talking. Okay, I'm back. Good lord, what is happening in here? It's a closed room murder with magic. Let's examine. What's this here? These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Uh-oh, Kazuma broke both of the rules. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a... Oh, I'm gonna love her. I'm gonna love her. I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah, yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? Foolishly foolish? I'm sure you're careful to look around using BM, aren't you? I fucking love when they conjure, like, tutorial videos like this. Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that! Suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. I just realized his last name is Naruhodo, so you understand. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it would be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that? I suppose. Maybe that's it. This is... Yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? Sounds almost magical. The fun pose. Shall we give it a little try? Yes. In the interests of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for a lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Oh. The one bed that we couldn't share. It's some 2 weeks since we've set sail from Japan. Oh, nope, didn't mean to open that. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout. Trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in, so yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. Because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. No, we're fine. We already... How do I... Is it Z? Yeah, there we go. So where did he go to the bathroom? Kazuma set out like a little like paper for him, you know? This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. Looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means... what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Ayah! It's out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. I need a hotkey to flip myself upside down at this point. Poor Kazuma-sama. don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? There's the case I was smuggled in with. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes. I see it says, "This way up," in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed up on the floor in here. Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Sasato takedown. What's going on over here? The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked, and everything mown down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. The way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Kana? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. So you're allowed to tamper with a crime scene, but when I try to read a diary, oh, suddenly it's a big fucking problem. I investigated thoroughly, but can't find anything out of place. Oh no, I didn't mean to. She's the culprit. It was her. She did it. It's my dinner from last night. Roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here? Not a dog, Sato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no! Does that mean... Poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Oh, now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. No! There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. They poisoned the chicken. They poisoned the chicken! So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama? No. Yeah, okay. So they poisoned the chicken, assumedly intending for it to poison him. They didn't know that we were a stowaway. They thought that he would eat the chicken. So it poisoned us. We're knocked out. They come in later to maybe steal something from his room. And then because he's there, they kill him. So obviously we have his death on our conscience, because if we weren't there, we wouldn't eat the chicken. He would have just been stolen from. He'd still be alive. Oh no, wah, I'll carry on this sword in your memory. Did Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. And I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Oh, Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. Almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments. Was he? Sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing.
I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san.
What? Then what language is it?
It pains me to admit it, but I don't know.
The message seems to say wardrobes in plural, which seems interesting to me. A foreign script I'm familiar with, but what does it mean, I wonder?
Kana? Kana?
What? Hello?
Who's that?
He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European.
Oh, how did he...
You've noticed the man too, have you? I've no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall.
Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is?
Well, no, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. Something very unusual. I'm scared that he's gonna fucking sprint up at us. And is he investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? Can't tell.
Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him.
Am I just imagining it, or does Sasato-san look almost uncontrollably excited?
By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press space on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them.
Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself.
Oh, please do.
Let's examine him first. Excuse me. Excuse me? Do you have a moment? Shh. This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly.
Yes, perhaps that would be for the best.
Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? He's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least.
But how?
How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining.
Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else?
Of course, a great many things. There's no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being, as you are, a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the beribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill.
So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama.
What?
And you're plotting a revolution, too. shameful behavior, Naruto-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's no way I... Hiya! Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. Sasato, you are surprisingly stupid. She's a little she can be a little stupid. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes! I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously! Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head! Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see. What do you make of that, Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure how you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed. And observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right! I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Herlock Sholmes. So, it's really you, the actual Herlock Sholmes. The very same, the inimitable actual Herlock Sholmes. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, hold on. Hold on. Is Herlock Sholmes a book character and he's pretending to be him? Oh no! Oh no! That would be amazing! Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruto-san, of course I do! There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Hey there, pal. Great detective. Great detective. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Hairlock, was it? No, I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Okay, but being Sherlock must fucking suck. Everybody's just swarming around going, what have you deduced? What have you deduced? Ah, yes, Ranst magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England, especially. Ah, yes, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? Can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science, logical reasoning in its purest form. Science? Really? The astute observer noticed even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of the muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction. And fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes! I see. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow! Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, Sumati. I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Herlock Sholmes, was on board. And the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, 2 facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? 2 facts, you say? 2 of them? No foreshadowing? Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. What 2 facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. The 2 facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The 2 facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Me when I'm padding for time on my essay? Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Yeah, I can't read that. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Godrob may be the name of the killer, a certain Robert Gard, perhaps. But in the interests of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong to not look inside the wardrobe there at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so! I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, Sumati, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. School uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. The complete fucking deadpan incredulousness of Ryunosuke responding to Sholmes is so good. Thank you. Thank you. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Sholmes sounds ridiculous, but consider that Ryunosuke might have just forgotten he used to be a Russian revolutionary. That's true! He does currently have a problem with his memory. Who's to say he has not forgotten an entire lifetime of revolutionary work?
He was coming to London to change the world in a way.
Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh,
Yes, thank you. Photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes?
what, pray?
You mentioned Russian before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that?
Fleeing Afghanistan, actually.
Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think?
I can't read Russian, man.
Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian. Your deduction just now. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean.
Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in.
Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part?
Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik. Villain Bolshevik. Now it's Metal Gear. Let's go! Woo! Let's go! Fucking villain Bolshevik. Flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night, the young Russian was murdered.
Since when was Kazuma a Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded that he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor.
It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik.
No, no, no. How could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face!
Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary, after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learnt to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more?
Well, that's because I'm a stowaway.
He has a point.
What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower?
Ah, yes. The journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds of this man have perpetuated thus far. The deeds the man has perpetuated thus far, and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There could be no mistake.
Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? Hannah? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan?
See, if it wasn't an Ace Attorney, he might be right about the limited cast. However, since we're an Ace Attorney, we can introduce new characters at any point. So true, actually. So true. Also, quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in the war-torn region of Afghanistan.
Where even is it, anyway? This Afghanistan place.
Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction.
Oh, thank you.
I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby.
The article about the revolutionary has been entered into the court record.
And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well.
On the back?
Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it.
I'm sorry, why would I need someone to interpret it if I'm Russian? But I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance to the article.
Maybe there might be a picture or two. One moment, please. Let me check out the... Can I look at this closer? Holding something, perhaps? Why is his fist clutched? Let's see. Can't find anything out of place. Oh, when it turns... Oh, right. I forgot. Have we checked the wardrobe and the ceiling by chance? We have checked the wardrobe. No one... No, who checked the ceiling? We haven't checked the ceiling yet. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. The pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, "Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai." Yes, you told us that before. It reveals also that those who see this man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Schultz. He's just a little Lurf bait, perhaps. Very strong Lurf bait, perhaps. Oh, hello there. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. Can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. So we're going to cross-examine a shaven Russian man called Good Guy Loyalist, royalist in Japan. Friend to the Tsar, right? Ah, I'm glad you noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. It pops up everywhere, this Mr. Schultz. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Has Jelly played before? I have not played this before. Nope, going in blind. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. My Russian name's so hard to remember. It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth 20,000 rubles. Howdy, Ren. Good to see ya. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Sato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. Tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. You enjoying the game so far? I loved Case 1. I'm really excited to get into Case 2. It's been fun so far. Sherlock Holmes is a little stupid, and I love him for that. VTuber looks stellar. You haven't seen the half of it yet. I don't know, are we going to get to the courtroom today? Hopefully. They requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of Russian fleeing, or of a Russian fleeing his or her country? Does seem to be the Russian thing to do. Not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Article about the ballerina. Okay. Cool. Good to go. Excuse me. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Well, observe, for a moment, the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London Diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but...
I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Oh, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim, it would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray, be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. Smattering, dear boy, a smattering! Sayonara, bonsai, mikado. Nado, nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off about before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Schultz. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just two short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. Whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. Sherlock definitely has bimbo vibes. I wholeheartedly agree. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered into the court record. So this case is exactly like the speckled band. Should I or should I not read speckled band before we finish up this case? So I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. If I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose so. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So, yes, I intend to investigate. Hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? No point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what? Were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then, and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If
If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. Sense of humor is as twisted as his name.
Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? Hmm? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well.
Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? Stop fucking... Hiya!
After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate?
As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. We still have some investigation to finish off here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door.
Good idea.
Now we've both got our hands up. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this. And bring the real culprit to justice. For all.
It's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it.
Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his... And we take his soul with us so that whenever we're in our deepest, darkest moments during the trial, it'll be like, Naruhodo-san, believe in yourself. And then his ghost manifests and he has big titty.
I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip.
I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. Now he's gone. Not ready to let his spirit go just yet. His spirit of justice. What do you think this is? Jelly, he just came out of the closet. He wouldn't have big titties. How quickly the chatter forgets that trans people exist. Pelt him with rocks in the town square, post haste! What do you think this is? Looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. They take time. How quickly this chatter forgets that trans men exist. Pelt them with stones in the town square.
That glass is such a beautiful color. Looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit.
I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him. Would he?
And the mark beside it. What is that, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue.
Yes, you're right. It is the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. This audio clip would make a good animatic. I'll never say no to fan art. Under most circumstances. Seigi. Is that Seigi? That guy? Sega? Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Well, I don't know about that first part.
Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart.
Mm-hmm.
Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully?
Of course I can! I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to?
Even though you stowed away on this ship?
Now you're gonna bring that up, are you? I can't win. He's just a little guy.
When I went for help and the crewmen forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed.
It's quite a small bolt, and not particularly sturdy. It just slides across to secure the door shut. Still, the door bolted. There'd be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. He had to be a little guy to fit inside that suitcase? I bet you weren't expecting such a little guy. No wonder everyone suspects me. She glares at me like that. I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. The door to this cabinet and its frame are made from metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. Cackly, cackly. She glares at me like that. I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Oh, look over there. The crewman, do you mean? He wasn't there before, was he? That's... Hold on a minute. Wait a second. I know that man. Wait a sec. Hold on. I know him. Wait. No. That's the head of the Justice Department. What the fuck are you doing here? He really is Fia. That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again. I suppose I could try. Is that... something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir? Yes? What can I do for you? I recognize that face, but it can't be. It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. On your white uniform? Also, keeps glitching out over there. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. I was so afraid that Herlock would become our gumfuck, but thankfully he's back. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board this ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. Never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. He's coughing up fucking blood still. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were act as Asugi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asugi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that have even been a possibility? I'm not sure. These are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated. Obviously, we couldn't give Asugi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. Morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first-class deck. You fucked up, man. You really fucked up. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asugi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize.
Inspector. Inspector-san.
If there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. That's like the first place you keep an eye on. Listen, he's a little. Everyone in Ace Attorney is a little stupid. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not!
We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door.
Yes.
Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin.
I'm sorry.
What?
You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. You moved to even touch the handle of the cabin door. The stormy-looking seaman over there would surely snap your neck in twain? In twain! Me, whenever someone is citing great American literature as part of their essay, in twain. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. I think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, you think? I'm going to need something persuasive.
What do you mean?
I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example. Do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, lay my life on the line if I had to.
But I don't see how... There may be a way.
What? Really?
Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession.
Evidence?
It's just the same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the Present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use.
So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright. Yes, I think I might know what we can use. Ryu, come on, we don't need to repeat the tutorial 50 times. Everyone in Ace Attorney is a little stupid, so we do need to repeat the tutorial. we gotta treat every case as if it might be your first. You know? We just gotta be sure. See if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Shit, wrong one. Off to the court record. No, shit, I pressed the wrong one. Yes! No? What? Do I have to... Oh, I see. Yes! Oh, he didn't say it. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary.
Just before he died, Kazuma said, "I might die." Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary.
Strange? What way?
He wrote, "I might die. What looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill."
Speckled band? Is strange.
Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is, where's the caveman?
Don't tell me. Ventilator, is it?
You're very astute, Inspector.
The ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right. So if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. Why are the exclamation points so short in this font? Can't leave the cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you.
Really? You're willing to do that?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area.
I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asugi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move, and we can leave this cabin at last. Move. Alright. See what we can find out. Alright. Let's go. Wait. We can move. And we're gonna move to a break. It's time for a break. We've been live for 2 hours. Time for a break. We're gonna move to some ads and a 5-minute break, and then we'll do some scram. So everyone, maybe a bit longer of a break because I'm somehow a little peckish, even though I just had a big old bowl of ramen for lunch. But yeah, back in 5 to 10. Everyone stand up, stretch, get a snack, get something to drink, get some water, brush your teeth, all that jazz. I will be back shortly. See you in a few.
Hello. I'm back. Hi. Righty. Scooch on in here. Ooh, new sketch request from Wardenburden. Something with a horse for Chinese New Year. Very fun. I can definitely think of something for that. Ooh, how y'all doing, folks? I horfed down a, what is it? A, chicken parm sandwich. Little cold chicken parm sandwich. During the break. Whose percent screen is it? I don't know. First, we gotta do, where's my new capture? Chandel! Pia working as a sports fast food place mascot that happens to be a horse could be hilarious. Ooh, very fun idea. Alright. We start with the Saito Gambit, a classic opener. It is Persona 3, less than 9. Alright. Alright. Then we go, if it's Persona 3, we go Exam-kun to see if it's Crystal. It's not Crystal, but they do only have one fan art. Okay. Is this Pillow-chan? No, it's not part of the Stickley trio. Okay. Oh no. Oh, instrument. Okay. That's rough. Okay. So, it's not Merrick, not Crystal, it's not part of the Stickley trio. And it only has one fan art from Persona 3. It could be Anne Weeb, perhaps. No. Okay, that was from Umineko. I was gonna say In Shadow. Could be Evoker. It could be Evoker. Let's see. Although I think Evoker has 2. 4. All right. Evoker got drawn way more than I thought she did. Not EKB, though. We're in Persona 3. Drawn once. Is this perhaps Jelly Donut Chan? Jelly-filled Donut Chan? 2018 from Poke. What? Okay, no. Okay, what artist is it? Sen. Hold on. Oh, Cogniferous Chan. No, but it's gonna be in there. Oracle. No. Shit. What were the 3 there? There was like a trio that he had. The two of them were new. Shit! I don't know this one. Oh, I can fucking see it in my mind. I thought it was like Oracle or something like that. Shit. Seer? No. Shit. Persona 3. Yeah, we know Persona 3. We know 2025. 1 fan art. Second letter is N. and got... Okay. So I was really close when I said fucking Ann Weeb on that one. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it was this one up here. I knew it was fucking Cogniferous. I knew it was Phyto. I couldn't remember what this last one was. God damn it. Just like you always do with Scrandle. I might be the only person in the world capable of narrowing it down to this specific fan art off of the information I had alone. Alright? I don't even think Sen remembers this shit. But I remember. You might even say that I remember it, so you don't have... Let's get to Scrandle. Can we choose it? Yes, we scran! Let's get to it. Fucking hell. Oh my god. No. All right, so is it shit from a butt or the paper you wiped with? It's the shit from a butt. This score is surprisingly high. Hmm. The sausage looks lovely. It's good to know that people like them in all shapes and sizes. The bun, however, not so much. The bun looks so very dry and stiff. This is bad. This does not inspire confidence. But the hot dogs almost never... Hot dog. Let's go! Oh, fucking snap judgment. Okay, it's not the fucking baby food pie. This is literally just called Japanese Scran. It better win. Fuck. Dude. That's so much for so little compared. Jesus, dude. Only 82. God damn. Oh, fuck. Wow. Shit, okay. This is a tough one. Now, you might say Thing Japan takes it. All right? You might be tempted to say Thing Japan takes it. But I counter with, this one comes with fries. And people on Scrandle fucking love fries. However, I have to unfortunately penalize the caramelized onions on this smash burger for looking a little bit like the plastic wrap around a new video game. So I think we're gonna go right. Let's fucking go! I'm gonna be honest with you. This looks like chocolate. This looks like melted chocolate. I think the whatever this is wins because this looks like a pie with chocolate on it. Okay, well... No. You gotta be fucking kidding me! I'm so fucking mad. I'm so fucking mad, dude. I'm so fucking mad. Who fucking cares? Just give me my 9 out of 10. Who fucking cares anymore? God fucking damn it. Come on, man! You're gonna choose the fucking baby food with watery-ass gravy on it instead of the hot Cheetos hot dog? So fucking mad, dude. I'm so fucking mad that Swamp Bog Pie beat out this fucking thing. Breezing through the rest is a very good bit, sire. All right, listen. I did luck out and get 3 incredibly easy scrans in a row for the bit. So fucking mad, dude. I'm so fucking mad. That should have been a perfect scran. This pisses me off, man. Come on. How is that not scran? How is that not, like, I'm not gonna fucking look at that and be like, oh, yes, thank you very much. But, like, a hot dog with hot Cheetos on it and cheese at a football game. Yeah, sure, dude. Why not? Fucking baby food and watery ass. Get this shit off my stream. 9 out of 10. So fucking tired of this virtue signaling ass scran. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of it. People need to vote what their heart believes, not what they want other people to believe about themselves. All right? First class pat. Well, hold on. We don't want to go just yet because we never talked to this guy. Is there anything else to examine here? We've checked the ceiling. No, we're not. No, not that. Incorrect. How do I make it go faster? I thought it was Z to make it play faster. Cancel, present. Autoplay, story, move cursor, rotate it. Where's the fast forward? Am I just not allowed to fast forward this one? Or does it not allow me to... Was that all new stuff and I fucked up and I was supposed to be reading that? Oops. Alright, we've checked the ceiling. Chair. The bed. Alright, I think that's everything. We just gotta talk to this guy. Nope. Okay, yeah, so that was all new and I fucked up. My bad. Pulling out her little book. Examine. Hello there, sir. Excuse me. But I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Would you mind if I investigated a little outside? Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking prison guard to help him escape. Very funny. We're in the middle of the sea. There's no chance of me escaping. Yet! You stay in this cabin until next port, and it is up to Hong Kong police to decide what they do with you. You stay! Alright. There's no point trying to appeal to this man's better nature, that's for sure. Alright, anyway, let's go to the next cabin. Awesome. Amazing. Whew. Finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there! There's another crewman keeping watch. And he looks enormous! Even if he is sitting down. That shit does not oh. Oh, I see. Hold on. Just one moment, please. Hold on. Yeah, that's definitely him. I think that's probably him, and he shaved his face. And he stole that uniform, and it definitely doesn't fit him. Is his tie a fish? Hold on, sorry, you can't see it. Let me get out of the way for a second here. First of all, the uniform doesn't fit him. You can see, like, he's got his midriff out. Are you seeing, like, the little eye there on his tie there? I think that's a fish. Was it like that on the other guy? Anyway, I think that's villain Bolshevik. If I had to just... Fish will come to life like the swan hat, it might slap him in the face. I think it would be funny. Door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose, like, people in handcuffs? Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. You've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Alright, let's talk to him. Okay, yeah, it's definitely designed to look like a fish. I think that's what's going on. Excuse me, but could I ask you something?
You little stowaway murderer!
That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class lady's maid!
Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san.
I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. I'm senior crewman, beef stroganoff.
Fuck off! Fucking... Fuck off! Whew. Best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Yeah, that's a name that could definitely be a fucking alias. How did I not pick up on that when I played? You might have not said it out loud, probably. First class cabin area. Mr. Stroganov, about this first class cabin area?
Here we are in the finest part of Borea steamship, for very important persons.
What sort of very important persons?
Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place.
Gosh, that's amazing.
But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in the ocean. But Stroganov is not animal.
Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asugi's currently occupied? Da? Assumedly? Susato-san, do you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes, or no? Apparently his Japanese name is Meatloaf Stroganov. I guess they got their dishes confused. Genius.
Not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation.
Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Let's about last night first. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganov? You can't be putting that shit next to each other. You cannot be calling him that in English, bro. You cannot be doing that shit. Absolutely not.
All time. So criminals like you cannot come in. Get out.
I wonder, Kana, could you tell us anything about last night at all?
Sad about student boy.
Were you on watch last night as well?
Of course.
And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual?
Assumedly, yet.
Susato-san, did you understand that?
It was clearly a no.
I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all.
And you didn't hear any strange noises? Or sense anything was wrong in some way?
I said no!
Sorry! I'm very, very fond of the way his face is designed. I like when you have the big burly guy, but he's got the cute little lashes and the blushies. It's very fun. He kind of like, aside from the fact that he's a massive burly man, he's like got these big bright blue eyes and this short blonde hair, and he's in this sailor outfit. He looks like a little lad, but all grown up. Not so sure. Could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. Could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. He's just a little big guy, just like me. I'm also a little big. Oh man, we're the same. Kindred spirits, you and I. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asugi's?
His name is Mr. Grimsby Royvat. He's a very important Western gentleman.
A Western gentleman.
Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy.
How can you be so sure about that?
Mr. Roylat is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Island.
That was harsh.
Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard?
That is not your business.
Are the stripes on his face supposed to be sunburns, birthmarks, or will become some huge court plot point later? I'm going to assume sunburn and court plot point later. It's too obvious of a visual quirk to not be relevant. I'm thinking of it. Even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt that there's anyone there.
Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right?
That is not your business. This is enough. Cannot say more now.
Oh,
It's time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin.
yes, alright.
Bulkhead to second-class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Or, as English say, when the pigs fly.
Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. Oh yeah, for sure. I knew to do that first. I knew. This looks like a plan for the SS Budia. Shows each deck. Look.
The Budia is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering.
Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean?
Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san.
It is?
Well, consider the Japanese archipelago.
The islands of Japan?
Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them.
Oh, well, I suppose so. That's not quite right. Oh no, listen, we're all stupid. That's why the world of Ace Attorney is like this. That book on top of the table there is really huge. There's a pen with it, too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Oh no. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Okay, so... is that his logbook, and he's the one keeping it, and his writing is neat and precise, kind of like the writing here was noted to be very neat and precise, so maybe he's the one that wrote the message using his hand. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. That's the way to the second-class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it. Just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. You don't have to keep holding them up. Okay, but do we need 7 cross-examinations to come to that... okay, but we need 7 cross-examinations to come to that conclusion. Don't rush. I'll try not to. Sorry. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Yeah, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with my talk of running away. No way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled... from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help us solve that particular mystery. Let's ask! No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. Annoying. B and M? Yeah, there we go. B and M. Bad manners. Why is there a mouse trap outside of the door? Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what it's called. Cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But... I suppose you're right. You're gonna fall for a fucking mousetrap? You weren't actually going to try it, were you? Oh, I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks as Kazuma's leftovers. I don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Or you. I'll find a little snack for you later. He's so mouse-core. He is. He's just a little mouse. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. It's Kazuma-sama's. A mousetrap? They don't want their wells poisoned? I see how it is. Metaphor fans can save streams with one simple trick. Is he baby girl? Almost certainly, yes. However, there are bigger babies and bigger girls at play. I would go so far as to say Sherlock Holmes, high potential for the biggest baby girl of the game. Well, I think it's a toss-up between Sherlock Holmes and Inspector Hosonaga. It really just depends, like... You're kind of looking for a guy who's, like, pathetic, but, like, potentially competent. You know what I mean? Like, their ability to actually do things competently is a strong contrast between, like, how pathetic and sopping wet and silly they are, you know? The main characters all have their own little animal mascot versions, and Ryunosuke's is a literal mouse. Awesome. Is Joe baby girl? Not necessarily. No, I don't really see it. I mean, like, maybe a little, but not really, no. Sorry? You do be sleeping badly. I don't think baby girls can own a large dog. That's a very strangely specific disqualifier. Has ProZD made a video on this character archetype? Otherwise, I have no frame of reference. Someone check the logs? Has he? Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? Small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. The sky is blue, and so am I. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin is the steerage at number 539, by the way. 500 and... How many cabins are there? Date is baby girl? Date is baby girl, yes. I'm trying to think of, like, who the archetypical baby girl is, and then I'm settling on, like, Reagan Mob Psycho. I don't know if, like, he fits all... I feel like he's like... I feel like it's gotta be... He's like, the baby girl. Reagan Mob Psycho, I think. Jelly, are you a baby girl? No. No. I'm too open about my gender being a fuck. I thought you were gonna say like Ronald Reagan? No. No, Ronald Reagan is a corpse, rightfully so. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's a pleasing shape? What? I'm so... Hold on. No. Play it back. It's a very pleasing... What do you mean it's a pleasing shape? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Is baby girl just moe for boys? No, it's like moe, but also like they're kind of like pathetic. You know? Like moe is like, oh, how cute, and like helpless in a way. Baby girl is, there's like an aspect of like actively infantilizing someone who's competent. Do you know what I mean? Like a baby girl. A baby girl has to be able to, like, get the job done, and then you infantilize them anyway. You know what I mean? They have to be very self-serious. So probably, Hosonaga is probably the baby girl of the game. Let's just say I'm excited. Okay, gotcha. You're just describing the investigate. Yeah. He's a very strong example of it, I think. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship, and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it! But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs! You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, the ship included. You have to do something foolish. At least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. They're getting so much mileage out of the handcuff animation, they are. What was that? It came from inside the cabin! Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. That's definitely Herlock Sholmes. Stand aside! Oh, wait, you're out here? I thought you were in there. What? Huh? What? I'm going to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped. When the fate is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. Doesn't? How the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Ninth of January, SS Buria, first class cabin number 2. Oh shit! Who are you? A Western gentleman. This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. Woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. What? 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 something stuffed into his pocket? True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed?
Get out, all of you, now!
Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe.
Yes, that's me. And you are?
I am the one and only, the actual Sherlock Herlock Sholmes. Yes, Herlock You've heard of me, no doubt.
No.
I'm a great detective amongst great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. Man uses that magazine like a business card.
Detective? I trust not detectives.
We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. There wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. What do you mean this time? So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case?
Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that?
Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! The case just shook!
Leave, now! Otherwise, I'll call the steward!
So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. No doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. Couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. He's just... he's yeah, sure. What? Hey, buddy. Hey, hey, what's up, man? What do you... do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service. Oh! It would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come! And so, am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on. For once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what it is? What is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please! Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? Time has come, and so have I, as a lyric that will outlive the Devil May Cry franchise itself. Oh, that's a Devil May Cry lyric? I didn't know. Oops. What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? Dubiousness. Really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone. That's right, Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting,
But I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment.
Shh! I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I've reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? He's using fucking stage magician suggestion on like, that can mean anything. He's not saying anything. He's just getting people to believe he knows what they're thinking. And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you've been discovered. Does it not?
Oh, Naruhodo-san! I never would have imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes.
That was a great deduction?
Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. A single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
What? What an affable twaddle! What?
Oh, yes. I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. It's just like a dream come true.
Hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Roylott's face. Looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. Oh, how could you? How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say? Toyu. Very well, then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. But plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Oh shit! The game is afoot! Oh shit, what? Whoa, what the fuck? Is this testimony during investigations? Fuck yeah! Awesome! Oh, I'm so fucking down! So the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place, is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want from such an image? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roy? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page article. Which, it would appear, you've read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Yeah, I don't know about that one. It's similar, but not quite. In translation, the headline reads, "Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai." He's just accusing fucking everyone of being this guy. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik! Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Now, as for my second conclusion, I love the fucking finger snapping and the spotlights. The presentation of this is immaculate. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah, and I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. Okay, so he has a pet in there that he's also stowing away because the thing said you're not allowed to have pets or weapons.
No, I refuse.
What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein.
Don't be absurd!
And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'eil? I'm not... Mouse would kill me for this. Mouse would kill me for this. I don't know how to pronounce this word. Help! Help! Doyel? Coup d'oeil? I'm not sure what this means also. I've never encountered this term before. Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. D'oil. Your careless coup d'oil betrays you. Once again, we need... Maybe if he speaks French, he should pronounce it wrong on purpose since he's fucking stupid. Maybe. Maybe I should have him pronounce non-English words as wrong as possible. Just channel my inner Joe. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can be equally found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. No way! Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Helmetsky. Woo! It's fucking peak, baby! Let's go! Sasato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know? But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes? Could you come over here for a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes. I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a five-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear. You might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. They're about to summon Joe's bed that stretches you, but like the inverse of that. I'm sorry. Did Joe recently trade out his fucking Tempur-Pedic for a torture rack? What are you talking about? What do you mean Joe's bed that stretches you? What? Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off. You don't remember about the bed that makes you taller? I don't remember about the bed that makes you taller. No. Your idea of a little off, maybe a little off itself, Miss Sasato. It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some key words in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Yeah, if we just tweak his words a little bit so we're talking about entirely different things, maybe he's right. The theory was that since you get shorter during the day and recover that height when sleeping... I'm sorry. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean you get shorter during the day and recover that height while sleeping? What the fuck are you talking about? What? You do? Gravity? You do actually get shorter because your joints slightly compress. What the what? Ooh. You're a few centimeters shorter in the evening. All right, well, there's one fucking riddle I can never tell again. God damn. Anyway, if you slept on a bed that inclined you upside down, you get even taller. I see. Gotcha, right. Of course, naturally. That's why you measure when you wake up. Good to know. Good to know. I see. Okay, and so is this like cumulative then? Like if I perhaps were to sleep standing up, would I just keep getting shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter? Like if I was in like an upright coffin when I slept, would I just keep getting shorter? Joseph Anderson's upside down tallering sex bed. No, the sex bed thing was bolder. There's diminishing returns? Well, yeah, obviously you're diminishing. You're getting shorter. There's only so much joint that can compress. Me when I'm rolling a marijuana cigarette. Joe did suggest a separate bed that's a no phone zone, so we're up to 3 beds now. Just change your fucking sheets. Just change your sheets. Just change your seats and don't use your phone in the bed. It's not that hard. Okay, anyway, back to the Ace Attorney. We've got other deductions to make. Somehow more astute than the ones being held in chat right now. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Yep, there. Pull them up. Pull them up. There. What? Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. So he's a fucking stage magician. No. He's actually a fucking stage magician. Oh my fucking god, he's a stage magician. That's why his deduction is based on like fucking suggestion and lines of thought. He's just doing fucking stage magic. Oh my fucking god, that's incredible. What an unbelievable character concept. A+, holy shit. I fucking love this guy. Awesome. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry. I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. Not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. And the line about contortionists? Yep. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. So, the dubious obviously catches the eye in the first place. The enormous pair of shears in your hand. Yep, that one's correct. Now we ask ourselves, which possibly want such an implement? Of course, staring at us in the face. On the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. My guess is that he's using the newspaper, like, for whatever pet he has, and his pet went to the bathroom, and so he was gonna cut up the newspaper so no one could tell that, like, it peed on it or something. You know what I mean? Just disposing of the evidence. Sudden 2D sprites are weird. They are a little bit weird, yes. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? Not that's something I'll ever have to worry about. Doesn't quite sit right with me, though. Doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a key word here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he's intended to use those shears on. Exactly. We do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better. Then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch it around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott going to use those enormous shears for? Oh! Golden... Excuse me? Excuse... I'm sorry, fucking espionage up front, party in the back? Awesome, cool. What the... What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, oh, okay, yeah, it's the ballerina. It's the ballerina. I see. Color's not the point. The point is, what's it doing in the back of Mr. Roylot's head? How is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. It's definitely not right here.
Yes!
Yes! Oh shit, now he's doing it too! No! You're on the verge of using the shears to cut away those golden locks you sport. Indeed. You have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one's still very much in her youth. Oh no. Only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. I like that they flinch under the spotlight every time. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea the old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? As I said, Shu Takumi must have fucking adored the spotlighting ghost trick. Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room, deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. Just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business, not strictly Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? Are they gay or just dancing? This man is gay and European! The evidence that he's picked up on doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true. Given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole was taken in a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needs to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best.
Yes!
Yes! We're literally playing ad-libs right now, and it's better than any Ace Attorney investigation has ever been. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. I haven't played Miles Edgeworth games yet. I played the first one. But this is also easier and moving much faster than a usual investigation. And also the Edgeworth investigation games are all investigation. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Oh shit, gee, careful! Oh my god! It's like Apollo Justice in reverse. Right. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. A ballerina on the run. Solved. It's peak. I'm sorry. It's peak, I'm afraid. It's peak. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This woman is a ballerina. She's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I seem I'm gonna have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Or she knows what you are! Fucking Kazuma's body is still warm, man! Calm down! Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Where does she glance that's affecting the crime? Oh, well, I wonder what it might be. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. Never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on. What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I think I've seen it somewhere recently. Yes! The proof of your crime is surely this tiara! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed. It would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you've left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Oh no! Fucking recoiling. Gotta fix the hat. Does she have a... No, the hat got stabbed. I have no fun, no family, no friends. I'm all alone, and I need money. I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from... How do you say? An Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old. She's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. All right. I'll tell you everything. There's no point in hiding it now. Come. Let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is she baby girl? No, only older men can be baby girl. I hope this helps. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil. Coup d'oil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely.
Oh, do you think so?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her.
Yes, that's true. Still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself.
And there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. It must be somewhere in the same area. That's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn.
I agree. That's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of this bookcase. Of the bookcase. The rules of passage. I gotta present.
These are the rules of passage for traveling aboard the SS Budia. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
It's exactly the same notice in our cabin, too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules.
Oh dear. I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruhodo-san. You'd probably be left adrift in the freezing cold ocean. Or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end.
I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? Anyway. Yes! Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time. No weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet! It's Peak. There's no need to be afraid. It is Peak. Face the truth with determination. Deduction complete. Elementary. As in, the furthest he ever went was elementary school. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were.
No, I'm not Grimsby Roylat. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. Budia is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could you really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of the bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. Like a full set of pipes, if you ask me.
I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disguise myself, so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man. See. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. It was as if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I took the scissors in my hand and...
I don't know what accent I'm doing. We're just gonna keep doing it. Chad, I think she's a bit stupid. Everyone is a bit You have to be stupid to be alive in Ace Attorney. If you're too smart, they kill you, or you kill someone else. And then you get put in jail forever. That's how it works. Stupid people stay alive. Dumb people don't. Shit, no, that's the same thing. That's why I'm still alive. Smart people don't. That's why... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Annoyingly unlocked? Oh yeah, right, because he wanted to kick it down. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time.
These two even talking about the same thing? The smarter they are, the harder they fall? It's the exact inverse.
There's just one thing I'd like to know.
What pet is it? What kind of pet? What kind of pet?
What exactly do you have inside your traveling case?
What I...
It's my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world.
It has to be a snake? Please let it be the snake. Please let it be a snake. Please let it... That would be so cute if it was a snake. Please. Please let it be a snake. I love snakes.
Captain finds out. If you say any to the... say to any of the crew.
No secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night.
Yes, all right. I'll tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something? Mr. Sholmes' great deduction?
It was certainly something, yes. Just not entirely sure what. Are we able to post links to Discord posts in here? I don't know how that would work, so probably not. I think, maybe? But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. My... Not again!
Your hands are cuffed again.
What? But how? True to my word, I've restored your shackles. When? And why?
There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, can't be helped at this moment.
Can't it? Really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. Can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was.
Let's examine the room first. Don't touch! Huh?
If I'll tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. How do you say? Forbid it!
Oh, sorry. As you should be, young man. As well you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have. Poking around in a young lady's private belongings. Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite. Okay, so we gotta back out, converse. What happened last night? Well, no, I wanted the. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night?
One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. Man who died.
Or the man who died was a friend of mine.
Oh.
That's why we're trying to find out what happened. You notice anything unusual last night?
Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking?
Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened?
Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? Don't know. Sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done, whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that What's happening around me?
Oh, I see. Friend. Friend. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board, according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. They found my precious.
And the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Shones.
What sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it?
Maybe an adorable little rabbit? You credit Russia as a land of small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may as well ask. You may well ask. I have no idea. Two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken.
Really?
Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. He obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. Something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Running away? You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet?
Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, want to go to America. I'll never dance again. Want to forget everything about the ballet. I'll start a new life.
Wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder.
But the tiara is mine! I need it to live!
I need it to Your Honor! Your Honor, that's my emotional support tiara! I had to take it with me!
I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water. And we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me.
So you ran away to protect yourself?
Yes, and the crew of the ship. They've all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin.
That is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova. Creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. What conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Can't believe they just put Milia from Guilty Gear in this game. I know! It's called intertextuality, I think. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Burya stopped by no port last night. That's it, of course! So how is it, pray, that you come to be on... that you came to be... come to be aboard? Came to be aboard? I see the word abscond and my homestuck lizard brain activates. Yep, it's the activation phrase. I don't know how I didn't have you pegged for a homestuck. I apologize. Or maybe you're welcome? I'm not sure which is which nowadays. Now that I think about it, the woman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. Angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry? What was that? It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, as I am an angel. I worked on an official project with what, Pumpkin? What? 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 Huh? What? That's fucking awesome. What? Holy shit. Congrats. Wow. I had no idea. Considering, I was never in the webcomic. Yeah, I mean, still, that's awesome. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist the touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. Genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. So we gotta present something to her? I think we present the diary to her. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Speckled band? Don't understand. Strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, Sumari, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova, something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. Don't know anything. Oh.
Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what?
Wow, she's fast.
Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please.
Right. I will come now. What?
Must leave. Now.
Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott.
Get out! The passenger said out! Or do you want me to throw you out?
The stream is improved by the accent? Thank you. I try. I put it all on the line to do silly voices. Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. I want to see the snake! What a pity. I want to see the snake! Me whenever I'm playing Metal Gear Solid 2. And I'm sick of Raiden. I want to see the snake! So we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. To be continued. God, the cello in that is so good. Dun 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 dun. So we learned nothing other than there might be a snake. Not nothing. We've learned a great deal, such as there might be a snake.
Wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door.
Clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it.
Oh,
Wait a minute!
what is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go?
Oh, yes! He's completely disappeared.
A disappearing act, eh?
When did he do that?
Slipped away as quietly as the wind, not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. We did learn that Ryunosuke eats chicken off the floor like a dog. It's true. It's true. We also learned that Kazuma was guilty of bringing a pet, and he's not the only person guilty of bringing a pet.
Really wish we'd had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin.
What? Why do you look like that? You want something?
Hmm?
Maybe you want me to throw you out again, hmm?
Oh, no, definitely not that.
Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand?
Understand. We learned that Kazuma open carries even on a steamboat, doesn't give a fuck. It's true.
I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san.
Perhaps we go back into our room? Maybe? Perhaps? Get the cheese? You're right, it's unguarded. Well, fuck no. It's definitely guarded, actually.
That door leads to the second-class area.
It's locked. I can't open it.
No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape.
Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. It's a mouse trap, not a human trap. You're immune? No, I mustn't. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our... Okay, yeah, no, we already did this one. Okay, yeah. Alright. Wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues.
Yes, we should probably find him and ask.
Oh, so that shirt doesn't fit them well because he stole it from someone else? Yep, that's what I was thinking. I'm thinking he's the revolutionary. And he shaved his beard and that's why he looks like that. Because his facial proportions seem to match up. But that makes me wonder why he's got that fucked up sunburn on his face. He has the fish tie because he's a little fishy. Maybe he just likes having his tummy out. It's true. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yeah, his doesn't look like a fish. That's clearly... His isn't a fish at all. Unless... Maybe... No, it's not a fish.
Wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed.
What do you mean, unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of the cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yes. I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor. And they spelt the Russian word for wardrobe.
It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it would have to be spelled... it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it.
Hers were also knocked down. I'm wondering if there was, like, some inclement weather last night, and that knocked everyone's stuff down? I don't know. All the books provided for the passengers occupying this cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf. They're all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yeah, oh my bad. Oh yes, you tidied them up, didn't you? Which you shouldn't have done.
Have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage.
But it really wasn't me who knocked them over.
Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. Can't relax when things are untidy.
You. Where did you go?
Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate.
Why? Who gave you permission for this?
Well, Seaman Hosonaga did.
That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room.
I'm back to guarding the door.
Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account.
Really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. He'll be the one serving it to you.
That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san.
Oh, right, you're here. Oh, Jesus! Oh my god! This is where Kazuma spent his final moments, writing his diet. Why does that keep glitching out? I'm sorry, how is Breaker-chan in fucking Ace Attorney? How is that possible? It's like, visual novels are like the most stable genre that could possibly exist. How is this happening?
1:23 a.m. Hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. It looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
And his writing here on this page. It's almost impossible to believe that he's gone.
Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words. I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san.
We will. Hi, Hosonaga. You're looking... Oh my fucking god. Got the new bell pepper frames. Jesus. Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is...
Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches.
Hit by a bear, maybe?
When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate.
He's baby... Yes, he is... He is the spitting image of baby girl, I would say. Especially now.
He told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard.
What?
The pummeling was over in a flash. He must have decided against throwing me overboard.
If he's baby girl, is Fia baby girl? No, Fia's a girl. Girls can't be baby girl. Only older men can be baby girl. If we're talking about the Fia-kun from April Fool's last year, that's baby girl, yes. That's definitely baby girl. However, in her current form, she can't be baby girl because only guys can be baby girl. I hope this helps.
It was nothing, really.
Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. What about non-binary people? I suppose non-binary people can be baby girl as well. I will have my scribe write up an amendment.
thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Define old. 20 plus. We're using the internet's definition of old. Can older women count as baby girl? No. Again, baby girl is just for older men. Girls are not allowed to be baby girl. Thank you for being open-minded about baby girlism. Of course. My mind is always open. That's why so much stuff fits in.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh.
I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herr Locke Scholz. I don't think he was German. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it.
Especially in this little sailor boy outfit. This is perhaps the most baby girl he has ever been in this little pose. So if you're a man, you're a baby girl, and if you're a woman, you're a girl failure. Now you're getting it. There you, thank you. You understand. Yes. Absolutely. There you, perfect. An immaculate application of my lessons. Thank you. Although personally, I take umbrage with the classical application of the girl failure moniker. I think that it's improperly attributed to characters who are quite successful in their goals, but are a little silly with it. Personally, I'm not too big a fan of the classification, but if we are speaking in terms of the descriptive use of the term rather than the prescriptive use, most people would call girl failures, the girl failures are that archetype, yes. I fundamentally disagree with the assertion that girls can't be baby girls, but I respect Jelly's personal beliefs. I just feel like baby girl, it's meant to be infantilizing, and part of the infantilization is the misattribution of gender. I just think that's part of the classification. I think it's an important aspect of it. Now listen, I'm not a gender scholar, all right? I just fuck around with it on twitch.tv. I respect that interpretation. Thank you. Thank you. When a story tells a character to take off their glasses, it's criminal, but what about when their glasses are partially broken? Then they should keep them on for the design consistency.
What? Nikolina Pavlova. She's in the cabin next door.
Oh, excuse me, do you know who she is? So why is it girl failure and not a boy failure? Because the terms aren't exact inverses of one another. Girl failure is meant to be kind of infantilizing, but not in the same way that baby girl is meant to be infantilizing. See, the girl part isn't necessarily in reference to, like, specifically the gender aspect of it. You're calling them a girl in contrast to the fact that they are specifically an older man, right? So it's an old man who is being called a baby girl. So it's playing on the age and the gender at the same time. Because baby woman wouldn't be the same thing. Jelly, I joined the stream late. Why are the MCs in Russia? We're sailing. We're not in Russia, but I think the ship and its crew are Russian. You know Baby Girl has a non-online definition if you're a youth from San Francisco, right? Well, I suppose it's a good thing that I'm a youth from Pittsburgh, then. And I don't have to concern myself with such linguistic trifles. If you notice right now, Hosonaga is missing his right-left lens, much just like Fia. I like that you call it his right-left lens just to cover all your bases. But yes, he has never looked more Fia, except for the bruises, baby. Jelly, put more effort in your answers. You put more effort into my answers than your old professor. If only it was the same for your Hey! I make a lot of jokes. Give me some credit there, if nothing else.
Please, a self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel.
Oh, fuck, I have hiccups. No. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case. Oh, fuck. Oh, that was a hard... Hold on, I gotta stabilize. I'm gonna drink some water, that might fix it. Okay, I'm good. Oh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops. Now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, can't wait for Hosonaga to tragically die at the end of the game from bronchitis. No. See, we're playing on the Sherlock Holmes titles, right? So obviously we're dealing in the realm of classical literature. So what's actually going to happen is everyone in the story is going to suddenly die of tuberculosis in reference to the tragic fate of course, Edgar Allan Poe. So the main prosecutor is going to have a crow theme, and that's going to be foreshadowing for how the story will end. I hope this helps. See, you gotta be able to pick up on these sorts of things, right? You know, it's not easy being the great Twitch detective, as I am, alright? All that knowledge contained upstairs and nowhere for it to go but out my ears. And mouth, I suppose. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? I'm honest. Very little more I can do. My duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed. Ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There is one thing. You have a small piece of information for you. Oh, what? Yes, you tell us, Inspector, please. New information. I'm just realizing I'm very excited for Joe to eventually stream The Great Ace Attorney, because now I'll finally have, like, a character that I can point to, like, vibes-wise, for everyone to just understand Fia. Like, he's perfect. He's just here doing what he's got to... He fucking... The agency tells him, like, hey, you gotta go undercover. You're gonna be a little sailor boy. You're gonna wear your little sailor uniform, and you're gonna be undercover as a sailor. And he's like, all right, yeah, aye, boss. You got it. I'm on it. You gotta be a waiter at a steak shop for, like, I don't know, 3 to 5 years. Yes, sir, on it. And he does so with distinction. Jelly, you have to make people understand by your own hand? I tried. I have done my due diligence. I mean, obviously I'm going to draw more Fia, naturally. I'm just saying that once Joe starts streaming The Great Ace Attorney, I'll have plenty of reason to draw more Fia than I already do. You understand? I'm just saying, I got this one in the bag. Insomnium Chan and Cardian Bomb Chan. I haven't drawn my Bomb Chan interpretation in forever. That design kicks ass. I really need to draw her sometime. Even though she's not really Bomb Chan. And then everyone assigns a character a Chan and it'll be glorious. It'll be perfect. It'll be perfect. What's this? Bodio's medical officer has finished his examination of the body and managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report. Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Poison? Damage to the cervical vertebrae. That's what's written in the report. Yeah, fuck it. I have no shame. I have a rich history of misunderstanding words that are similar. For example, I think I've told this story before. The word several. For the longest time as a kid, I thought that several referred to 7 things, right? When in actuality, several refers to a general multiple things, but like a small amount, right? And the reason why I was so confused and why this kept happening is because I would play Animal Crossing and I would dig up my, 2 fossils for the day, and I would bring him into Blathers, and he would say, oh, several fossils. And as a kid, I would be like, no, not several, just 2. If I had 7, it would be 7. It would be several, right? And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the first time I heard the term cervical vertebrae, I was like, like the cervix? Yes! Yes, exactly, Errol. Yes! He broke his pussy and died. Oh my god. My wife made that mistake too, and she looked at me and said, I'll damage that cervix about Kazuma, not me. Shane looks like someone already beat her to it, huh? His neck was broken.
Yes, it seems so. No obvious wounds or other signs of injury. At first, I think they were considering poison. The Metaphor fans already stockpiled it all, so it seems that wasn't an option. Turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all.
Metaphor fans, when it turns out the game is shit even without mouse poisoning as well? Well, what weapon was used then? The Thinker!
Nothing has been found as of yet. In fact, there are no signs of a wound. Suggest it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark.
Oh, I see. The body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. Strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. There's a possibility. No obvious wound would be left. Azuma.
I have a second copy of the report. Might be useful. You're welcome to have it.
Really? Are you sure? You mean it, mister?
Yes, it's fine. Trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I?
Ah. Osanaga-san! Postmortem report has been entered into the court record. The Great Detective! More like the Great Defective. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? I need to share that Fiakun design. It was from Vif. Vif has not posted in a long, long time. I hope they're doing okay, wherever they are. They were an unbelievably talented artist during the Umi and Echo streams. I hope they're okay. Hope they're having a good life, wherever they are. I'd make it sound like somehow they've disappeared. They just haven't talked to any of the servers I'm in a while. Just hope they're doing good. Their art was inspirationally fantastic. I need to post that the Fiakun design on my server sometime. It was a really, really good design. They broke their cervix? Oh no. They gotta go see a gynecologist. Herlock Sholmes is not a detective. They are a detective consultant. They're very detective. They detect things all the time.
Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating.
Like crawling around like a little bug? Crush you like a bug.
And he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored.
Did he say anything at all?
Actually, now that you mention it, yes, it's one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said.
Oh, that's shoe polish, huh?
Shoe polish? Wonder what he meant. When he was over there, by the piece of broken glass. See?
Your Hosonaga is kind of quiet, by the way. That's the point, yeah. I can get a little closer to the mic when I speak as him, though.
Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think?
Ah, yes, that must be it.
But how can Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish?
Leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea.
What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red, then.
Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him.
Oh! Does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed the floor?
Mark on the floor has been entered into the court record.
Oh, fuck, he's stanced up back there.
That's really all I can tell you at this stage.
I read Dark Tan and thought she was referring to a new Chan. Oh, not a new Chan. Actually, that was... I think Dark Tan is from, from Death Stranding 2. No, it was Bike Tan. The Gyaru inverse of Bike Chan, because Merrick just can't help it. I mean, because it was story relevant.
I should return to my post. My fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head.
Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you.
Poor Inspector. You look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well,
Hosonaga is Matt Mercer bait? Oh, absolutely, yes. Absolutely. Well, no. I think Kazuma was Matt Mercer bait, which is why I was doing a Matt Mercer impression when he was still alive. In 2030, it'll be revealed that Faito is Saito-tan. She's, like, so... such a shut-in and never sees any light. Her skin turned gray, and then she finally spends a couple days out in the sun, and it bleaches her hair, too. In 2030, it'll be revealed that every single character in the Merrick Chanomatic universe is actually just the same character at different points in her life. Howdy, BT. Good to see ya.
I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asuki-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. Or his friends. His Nakama. Truth is, seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning.
Heavy head. Ooh, someone poisoned all the chicken? Someone poisoned the entire well?
My head's still throbbing too.
Where's the Zelda timeline graph for the Merrick's Chanomatic universe? That actually exists. I don't know if you're doing a bit, but it actually does exist. He made one once. It's real. Wait, chicken? Didn't Shom say that her pet was a chicken? He did say that. He did say that. My god, Shom, he's done it again! The masterful deduction of the great detective, the actual Herlock Sholmes. If you would consult the graph.
So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin.
Yes, that's right.
And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. Only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we were.
Yes. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though.
I'm not sure.
I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but
Yes, there is a speedrun Chan. The combination of, hold on. Breaker Chan and Undo Chan. Made during Bug Snacks. A very hasty design, redesign one day. Are not all fusions a little hastily designed in some way? You are just sort of slapping two character designs together. Undo Chan was Catherine. Well, yeah, Undo Chan was Catherine, but Speedrun Chan was Bug Snacks. Breaker Chan was also Bug Snacks. Two Merrick Chans in one game? Unheard of! Anyway, there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Move?
Kazuma-sama's quarters.
Do we go back out here again? We do, yep. Nice.
Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganoff has gone!
Also, bye, Errol. Thanks for sticking around. Hope you enjoy the VOD. Although we're probably going to be wrapping up pretty soon here. I think once we get to another good stopping point, we're going to call it there.
Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us.
All these Russian names are impossible to remember. For how long is stream still going? You might finish this case. Might finish this case soon. What? What do you mean I might finish this case soon? That can't be right. We've only been here for 4 hours. What? It's a short one? Shorter than... Okay, we'll find a good stopping point here because we're past 4 hours then. This and the third case are really... I thought this was like, okay. How many... Is there enough left for another stream? Surely with all our vamping, there's enough left for another stream. Let's not worry about that. We're going to be fine on that regard. All these Russian names are impossible to... Well, also, I'm going to take that with a grain of salt because Ace Attorney fans are notoriously bad at estimating the remaining time left to stream their games. You didn't even get to flex the sprites? I'm not going to lie. I was a little disappointed I didn't get to flex the sprites in this stream. I was a little sad that we were stuck in investigation mode. I think there's 1 hour of stream. 1 hour? What? That just can't be true. We haven't even gone to court. What? Okay, we're gonna find a good stopping point then. I was gonna say 1 more hour of regular playtime. What the fuck? Okay, we'll find a good stopping point and then we'll call it there because I want to have another stream, at least. In fact, there's only 10 minutes. Yeah, it's actually, you're gonna click this and then credits will roll. There's 1 more line. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Only 10 minutes left in song. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. La la la, lira lira lay. I did it the great detective way. What?
This is caroling. I know that lark-like voice.
Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's go inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Definitely. Or that stringy knot crewman comes back.
It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot.
The room. The cat's out of the bag! Or the snake's out of the briefcase in this case. Well, that case.
Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Susato-san! Oh, where's she gone? Hey! What are you doing? Those are her private things! There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. Suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? Can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Okay, well now I'm worried. Now I'm worried we won't have enough time. I'm thinking maybe we end here so that I have enough time. We can't investigate the bag in the corner here? We could also do case 3 as well, so you get to use the sprites. We shall see. If case 3, I will consult Errol because I trust their judgment. I will consult Errol and see if case 3 is really that short. In which case, we will do cases 2 and 3. I know Errol left. I'll talk to them on Discord. But we will probably call stream here, if that is the case. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry? I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone would fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open! Completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Budia. What kind of animal she had in there? More to the point, where is it now? Ah, yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Budia's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. Probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. Just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. I have to really enunciate Seaman in this one. That's crazy to call him that. Oh, yes. So do I. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. You think that's the god of that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. Are you gonna fix it just like you did the last one? It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage? Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here, too. I like seeing things in disarray. But it's probably gonna have, like, one extra book or something? Or is it... No? What? see. There's just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. It hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian.
Thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
Rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that.
What's this?
I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor.
Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. Like it was put there deliberately.
Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here?
What? A leak? Me, whenever someone explains what Hatsune Miku is spinning in her breakout hit animation that everyone the world over is aware of, but I still don't know what she's spinning, so I ask and someone explains. What? A leak?
Is this ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is gonna sink.
No, you're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she?
It would seem this teapot is empty.
Me, when I realize what's going on in Jelly's head when coming up with these jokes. Wait, a leak?
The natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people.
Is that so?
Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either.
It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it.
You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san?
What's in the bin?
I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket.
Now we have a little look and see what's been thrown away. I want to see the snake!
Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know.
Those eyes. Looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. I'm a piece of rubbish now.
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly! We have no choice! Hardly anything in here at all.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room.
Maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm.
Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning.
That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, we're back attorneying greatly. We are, although we're going to be wrapping up pretty soon here. Jelly, so far, Misato or Maya? Your opinion. I haven't seen enough Misato yet, but I do love her dearly. I care her greatly, but it's going to take a lot to overcome Maya. Maya's pretty great. That said, we all know Trucy is the best, what's the term? Legal attendant, I think? Who's smarter, Misato or Maya? Misato. I've never seen Maya read a book before. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too.
Yes, it's a bell cord.
Can't resist. We're not supposed to be in here! Barely hesitated there. She gave it a good tug, too.
No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come.
We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Oh, the latch, right.
Cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. The bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody can enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? Still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it?
No, the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of using trickery using magnets. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. I know what it is. I know what happened. I know what happened. I got it. Trust. Trust. Here's what happened. We have the bookshelves, and everything was knocked over to this side, specifically, going to the left. We have this bolt latch, and the bolt latch slides to the left to close. And they just had a little no, I didn't mean to skip. I didn't mean to skip. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody can enter the cabin. It's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, it is. But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? So, if perhaps they hit particularly turbulent waters last night, and the ship tilted so that the metal, which is heavy, would slide of its own accord into place, knocking over all of the books on the shelf, and thus closing the door from the inside, it would appear to be a closed room murder. So, sorry, I didn't read like any of the past couple things they said. There's no chance of trickery. Seals up perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. You couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through the crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Okay, what's left? Can you spend more time investigating here? Or did that mean investigating... Sorry. Miss Pavlova's cabin? It'd be our chance. What? Early sailor doesn't appear to be around at the moment. We could investigate every last inch of that cabin. Not sure if we go that far. Certainly do with looking around a little more. I'm sure we can learn something. I see. Yes, of course. Naturally. Naturally. Is that so? You know what? You know what? I think we'll leave it there. I think that will be our stopping point for today. I think that's the perfect note to end on right there. Awesome. Great. We found the great detective. Who can we raid? Who's live? You know what? Lurf is currently live, also playing Ace Attorney. They are on Justice for All, Case 4, and they are streaming with Nezumi VA. So we will raid them. /raid, Lurf, and we cry. Perfect timing. There we go. Perfect. Ace Attorney and Ace Attorney. What shall our raid message be? Sholmes is Lurf bait. I think that should do just nice. Just perfect. Sholmes is Lurf bait. All right. Thank you very much for watching. Until next time, which should be tomorrow, I suppose, unless something comes up. Have a good one, folks. See ya.